Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody doing this fine Saturday morning?
Service our woman in the Aspen station. Oh, we get there.
Alright, let's get you guys over to the screen. Alright, do I have some news for you guys? First of all, I'm going to apologize ahead of time because I didn't do my job, but I didn't do it for a pretty good excuse. It's a pretty good one. But I could not figure out those TV contracts. I tried everything for about 6 hours total. I couldn't figure it out. So I reverted back to an earlier save file. And I've been just trying to finish up these programs again. I was hoping to do these off stream because these are the ones that we've already done like twice. So there's that. Yeah, that's about it. The second thing is, and the excuse as to why I haven't done anything in prep in the stream or anything like that, was I tried to kill myself. I don't know if you can say that on stream, but I just did. So Oh, sorry, coffee. So, what happened was I got out of bed, and I stubbed my pinky toe as hard as I possibly could on the bed frame. And then I almost fell through my window to outside. After all that happened, I was like so close to falling out the window. But during that whole thing, I almost fell. I fell towards the window first. Was able to get myself away from falling through the window and almost fell into the damn TV. And in all that chaos, I pinched a nerve in my back. I have a nerve in my back that it gets pinched once in a while. I've had it happen 3 times in my life so far. And when that nerve gets pinched in my lower back, oh Lord, I cannot walk, I cannot sit, I cannot stand, I cannot sleep, I cannot be awake. It is, yeah, it's a bad one. So I pinched my back. Alright. And then I, yeah, haven't been able to do a whole lot. We're not doing any space plane integration, so we'll take that guy. We don't want to slow our tech down. This one might be a good one, because I don't think we're going on any hiring sprees anytime soon. I definitely don't want that. That one's useless. I don't want that. And we already used JPL and Rocketdyne. Alright. I don't YouTube likes the words, but it was an accident. We don't tickle YouTube all the time. Although we do take care not to speak ill of our YouTube overlords. All hail YouTube. Alright, so we have the F1 engines. And in order to get the next engines that we need for our Saturn V, which I think is this J2. I think this is the second stage and the third stage of the Saturn V. So we're going to be going after that next, I think. But it looks like all of our research is caught up. So we're going to start this episode off with mass layoffs. We'll keep 1,000 on. So the way that I do these playthroughs, hey, that's not a tech tree, that's a tech forest. That's exactly how we like it, screen. So the way that when I have to revert back to a previous save file and I try to catch my way back up, so that way we're not repeating the same contracts on stream all the time, is I revert back to the save. I add the money that we had in the previous save file to the new save file to help get us through. And then all I do is launch rockets and do the contracts. I don't do none of the any extra. I don't even typically build new rockets to do this, because I try to make it take as little time as possible. But typically, once we get caught back up, because, see, right now, we're still a few years in the past compared to where we left off, but we don't have those insanely broken programs anymore for the TV camera, or for the TV satellites, because I couldn't figure out how to do them. I couldn't figure out how to do them. All right, let's get to working on this. Cosmic ray and lunar impactor. All right. And the weather satellite. Lunar flyby. So yeah, we have quite a few things to do here. So first things first. Man, we are running a massive deficit. That's a deficit. The word of the day is massive deficit, which is what we have. Where was the prototype? Where? I don't even remember what I named it anymore. Is it this one? Yes. All right. I think... Yes. All right. So this is the unnamed, or so far unnamed, configuration that we're going to use. All right, so 2,000 tons. All right, so let's... I don't know what I changed, but we'll save it. So we have to wait a little bit for construction costs. This is gonna hurt. All right. Shizy cough. That's not going to be done until January of 68. All right, we cannot wait that long. All right, so we do have an unbelted gesture coming out the pipe, though. So how was everybody's week? Looks like we got a tracking station upgrade done. Whoops. I bet those engineers were real confused. He said take it out. No, he said take it back. No, he said take it out. yeah, this is the version. Okay. This is the version of the gesture that we were using to test out the F1 engines. You guys are going to love this. I promise you're going to love this. Alright. Just watch this take off. Look at that. Oh. And look at all this speed those F1s give us. And I did fix this up a little bit to... We put a cage around that engine. These engines, though, can you guys hear that? They are insanely loud on my side. I don't know why we just blew our top like that. Alright, I'm reverting. That was a McJeb mistake. But what'd you think of that? Those F1 engines are delicious. And they are going to power. Alright, so... Why is this even on that stage? This should be... like in here. Maybe it was a staging mistake. We'll let McJeb cage all the engines, more power. Yes. You see how I did that though? I made it look a little bit more more presentable, more realistic, more pretty. All right, engaged. Oh, I love this part. Boom! Fucking rumbles my headphones. And look at the payload we can still put on top of this thing. We're launching with like a 2.5 thrust to weight ratio right now. Look at the delta V we're carrying. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! They fall apart. That's insane. I love this engine. This is my favorite engine so far. I love the sound of that engine. I'm never going to get over that. But yeah, that's the story on how I pinched a nerve in my back and became useless for the past 3 or 4 days. I couldn't sit at my desk. I tried. Look at the lifting power this engine has. I'm thinking we can put a space station in orbit. Alright, coming up on staging event. Now look at how much power we have. It's still 1.16. And how do you like that redesigned, reimagined upper stage? Wrapped in gold foil for extra shielding. I'm curious to know why we're not burning more towards the horizon at this point. This is one of the things that I noticed the last time I played. Is I think we might have a stink bug somewhere here in our settings. Somewhere. Because we are not... Not seeing anything in the pudding. Alright. Because why is McJeb shooting our apoapsis so high up? I mean, all this Delta V that we're shooting straight up right now, we could have had a 300 by 300 orbit by now. Oh yeah, back to my father. He cracked a rib. He caught a cold. Sorry, without being too graphic. Our kitchen door was... Yeah, I get you. That doesn't sound fun. There is a massive amount of power in this stage that there doesn't need to be. But do you see what I mean? Is we're pouring a ton of Delta V into an apoapsis that we genuinely don't need. We probably would have had orbit right now in just this stage alone, which is the goal. So now, you guys like the 1001 satellites? We get rid of ascent guidance. We go to rendezvous planner. Intercept with a home and transfer. What does that get us? 2131. Well, I do think that's acceptable. So we're gonna F5. Quick save. And execute next node. If you do it manual, would it show you the numbers to compare them to Jeb's? I think we could get the information we need out of it. Because in all honesty, I just don't understand why, like, there could be a legit reason why McJeb is doing it that way. But it just feels odd that, we packed so much Delta V into that trip, and we don't need this apoapsis. This apoapsis is completely unnecessary. So that means the amount of energy that we consumed in order to achieve this ridiculous orbit would have been greatly reduced had McJeb just put us into a 300 by 300 orbit. So that's the part that's confusing. Is like, why is McJeb burning up this much energy to get us into an orbit we didn't ask for? Come on. I've seen that problem a few times now. At first, I didn't think it was generating oleage, but usually if it's not generating enough oleage, this is red or yellow. I don't even know what science is on board this. We're going to fire the telemetry back up. This science doesn't need to be on here. Oh man, I messed that up pretty bad. This science, you can't get the science unless you're in an equatorial orbit. So we could have traded that out for something far more useful before this flight. Oh well. But yeah, for the sake of efficiency, I would really like to know the mystery of the massive apoapsis. Oh my goodness. Alright. Sorry, I had to sneak off. Oh. I gotta be more careful now. I can't move quickly. So if I suddenly have to go to the bathroom, I need to plan extra time. I can't just run and go to the bathroom during a maneuver. Let's see what we got. I think that's pretty good for what we're looking for here. Oh, man. We can go check on that one. Whoops. We can go check on that contract after this. This one's the one we're going after. Let's see. This one we might have a satellite. No, I think the engine failed on that satellite that I was the last run that I did. All right. So yes. Get off my screen now. Thank you. All right. Get rid of that. Get the power back up. We are getting micrometeorite science, so we'll call it a win. Good Lord, this is taking forever. Any day now. I don't even know if these are generating power. Oh yeah, they are. Huh. They didn't deploy, but they're working, so mission failed successfully, I guess. Alright. Lunar impactor right here. We'll wait for it to realign itself. All right. Invisible holy quadrole, holy quadrole. Hey Bubs, how are you doing today? Your dad's crippled today. I pulled a muscle in my back, I pinched a nerve, all because I stubbed my toe. Oh, I guess we're in some kind of orbit that likes. Just woke up. Gotta love summer vacation, huh? Can't wake up if I never slept. $24.50. I'm not trying to get quiet on you guys. What you up to this weekend? Nothing that I know of, homie. I know the boys will be here. Nova will be at her dad's. You're more than welcome to hit up and hang out. Alright. That's 2 contracts completed for the price of 1. For the first time, gravitational influence of another celestial body. The moon has long fascinated. Luna 1. Launched in 1959. Huh. That's cool. Get out of here. You're ruining my shot. I might have to come hang out for a couple days. You might just have to, bud. I know the brothers would be through the freaking roof. All I ever hear is, "Where's Matthew? When is Matthew coming back?" We need that. Can Matthew come and visit us this weekend? I'll hold off on that one. We're going to need it, but we're not going to have the funding for it. Alright, anyway. Let's... Infrared and cosmic ray science. Let's do this one real quick. Wait. I probably should have read what we're doing. Just an infrared, right? Infrared and an early TV camera. The UK is prepping for another heat wave. I don't know. I love seeing the people that are coming over for the World Cup or whatever it is. Talking about like, oh, it's never this hot in my country. Oh, this isn't like... I love it. I love watching reactions to foreign cultures. Alright, so this just has to have cosmic ray science, or infrared radiometry, and a TV camera. So let's just configure experiments. Early TV camera and infrared radiometer. I think that's actually a new science that we can start getting, so we're going to put that on board. This isn't an unbelt adjuster anymore. I forgot what names we were supposed to give this. I'll just call it the F1 Ranger for now. Alright, save. This has to go up there. No, even more one up, I think. Right there. Alright. Save. Let's put it into the plans. Put it into the integration process. And catch up with chat. If I can get over there, I gotta try this. Oh, dude. Get your butt over here, bub. Anytime. But yeah, this is complicated. Not gonna sugarcoat that one for you at all. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. We do have 87 science we need to look at spending too. Alright. Let's get all of our stuff out. We need our ascent guidance. PVG settings. Did you win yet? I don't think anybody really wins Kerbal Space Program. I think you just get a little more addicted to it every time. 0.8. I think it's all as good as it can be. Alright. But yes, we are doing very well. Let's appreciate it. Kaboom! Those engines are amazing. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We are playing Kerbal Space Program, the RP1 overhaul. We are burning these F1 engines. Oh, they sound incredible. All of these missions are also having the added benefit of gathering data on the F1 engines. Going off into that morning sky. But you can see, even in this core stage, we're 1 point over 1.4 thrust to weight ratio. So these F1 engines are everything we needed them to be and more. I learned the lesson, Luke. Trying to keep that time warp to an absolute minimum is only beneficial. You start time warping too much time away, and then suddenly you don't have any science. Oh. I will forever love the sound of that F1 engine. Aw, drats. This was supposed to go into a polar orbit. Hold on a second, guys. I'm shamelessly using the revert, because I forgot this was supposed to go into a polar orbit. We need a polar orbit, so that way we can get all these biomes. I think we're good. Oh, I love this part. Kaboom! It didn't happen. Nobody saw anything. But you could hear it, though. Yeah, see, I should have known there was a problem when we were launching into the sunrise. Let's see that again in an instant replay, Tommy. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, yep. See, in my headcanon, the Kerbals mastered interdimensional and time travel. That's how they use time warp. Is they have rudimentary time manipulating technology. And that solo F1 engine is pushing us at a 1.87. Ah. Can you just hear the power? The roar of that engine. Yeah. Shudsy, these engines are insane. And I love hearing them start up. It's like they create a vacuum. Alright, we have clean separation into stage 2. I do gotta fix this a little bit. I don't like how they stick out so far. We need to put a skirting on here or something. I've been working on making them prettier. With all this extra Delta V we have, it's not so bad. I do got to open up CCAN. Somebody told me a couple of streams ago about an app that we can use to get more cinematic camera angles. Or not an app, a mod. And I wouldn't mind trying it out. Just like I can make this a little bit, this section right here a little bit prettier too. We don't even have any lights unlocked yet, Luke. It's kind of crazy. I thought we'd have at least like rudimentary flight lights. This configuration does offer an insanely long burn time. Yeah, rocket technology before the light bulb. Well, if you think about it, in this time period, we were doing rockets to the moon and lunar programs, we were doing all this stuff, and nobody had yet thought to put wheels on a luggage at this time. See, look at that apoapsis going insanely, stupidly high. Yeah, see, we're going to have to retro burn in order to bleed that off. I don't know why McJeb didn't do his job. Something's not right with my McJeb. Alright. So we have to raise the periapsis and lower the apoapsis. Alright. But first let's make sure the science is activated, which none of it actually is. Alright. So, shucky ducky, quack quack. We put a maneuver here. Oh wait, we need to raise. So somewhere above 500K. Maneuver planner. Alright. All we gotta do is dial in this orbit, and we should be done. Next big thing for luggage, self-moving, it follows you. I think there was a startup company a while back that had that, but I don't know whatever happened to it. I think there was some kind of controversy with them being on flights with the battery that they had, I want to say. Something about the battery was evil on airplanes. Have you found the reason for the food issue? No. The Chicago airport would be the ultimate, or the Chicago airport would be the ultimate test. I don't know, man. That one down in Orlando was pretty bad. No, we haven't solved that issue yet either. Nope, I got myself backed into a corner with those TV satellite contracts because I thought they'd be easy to accomplish, and they were not. I don't know why that was installed like that. It shouldn't have been. Alright. Next thing we need to do is bring the apoapsis down a lot. Alright. Yeah, no, we haven't... Dude, I had so many plans that I needed to get done for this before this stream, but my back being as bad as bad as it was the last few days, I couldn't sit in my chair. Like, what I'm doing now would have been unthinkable 48 hours ago. That's fucking great. No, I don't think I've ever flown in or out of New York before. I've been to Orlando, Minneapolis, LAX, I think. That one was pretty bad. Let's see. Colorado. I spent some time in the Colorado airport. What was the last one? Salt Lake. Yep, Salt Lake. I've spent some time in that one. I've spent a little bit of time in airports. I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of the Orlando airport. Home Alone, that's a classic. I haven't seen that one in a long time. Can't beat those movies. Okay. So the next maneuver I don't know why it's so hard to keep this under control. I'm just gonna nose over to here to our maneuver node. Alright, I think we're good. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Yeah, give me all that sweet, juicy science. I want more. I want more of your sweet, juicy science. Alright. Lunar flyby, interpactor, and infrared. Alright. This is why I try to have this done before stream, because this is all rehashed. This is all contracts we've already done. We already know how to do them. Alright, let's see what we have. Alright, so we do have to do that one. Those two are optional. Okay. So this one's the same thing. We just have to have a higher apoapsis. Makes me wonder if we could just pop this one into a new orbit. Apollo and Rocky make it big science. Yes. Now the problem is... There we go. It's this one. Alright, so... So if I get set up for this, right? All we gotta do is push that apoapsis back above 36. Where's periapsis? So if I just do this... What does it have to be? Above 36. Alright, so we don't have the delta V. Alright, that's fine. That's fair. By the way, if you guys are dropping in for the very first time, make sure you hit those thumbs up buttons for us. It really does go a long way to help the stream out. We have new launch complexes, the tracking station, all eating up money. I think the F1 should be able to do this. No problem. Alright. Delta V is always the final boss. And she is a cruel mistress. Fun, tantalizing, but cruel nonetheless. Whoops. Alright. Pretty sure that's the one that we're going after. Alright. We do have a good chunk of science to spend. And we do need these J2 engines, so we're going to spend it right here first. I think that's probably where we should keep it. Oh, okay. Okay, good stuff there, good stuff there. Ooh, new avionics cores, tantalizing. But I would really love these science experiments. So we're gonna save our we're gonna save that for now. All right. Alright, let's roll that out. That'll be a 5-day rollout process. I think this one should be a polar orbit too, just for the science. Alright, let's open up all our necessary windows. So many things. We don't need that right now. Alright, let's... target periapsis. Let's do 500. Whoops. By 36,000. Right? Right. Should be good. It looks more minor finishes. Yeah, it looks better in the daylight. Next thing I need to work on is up here. I don't like how it bottlenecks down and back out. We need to make that more more appropriate for the occasion. But right now we're just powering through these. Oh, I love this part. Kaboom! I think these are my new favorite engines in this entire game. Yeah, the only thing about this game that I would change if I was asked my opinion on it is I would add private contracts to this. So, like, for example, leave the programs and contracts the way they are, but add another category where you could have, like, private contracts or military contracts. So it's like, oh man, my budget for the year is coming so short. You know, I could go accept this military contract for a spy satellite and put it on the same satellite as a weather satellite, and could you fix it before? Yeah. Honestly, I could fix it pretty easily, because all we would have to do is dial out the size of this nose piece right here until it matched the piece up here. But I fixed this one by using a hollow interstage, because it gives it, you know, it gives it like it's actually got structure. Instead of just, you know, oh, look at this tiny little piece right here, holding it all together against all odds. "30 seconds. I am pretty happy with this engine configuration, though, although I am pretty excited for the next generation of second stage engines. I'd want some flames on the red part of the fairing, and no reason other than cool. I think it'd be pretty dope if you could do like custom paint jobs. Our rockets would be looking a lot more like Need for Speed. Fast and the Furious. I can see my house from up here. Hey, y'all. I'm an astronaut. To infinity and beyond. Oh, that reminds me, we do need to send a lunar orbiter too. That'll finish that program out. I'm pretty sure. Less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute, 45 seconds on this burn. Yep, there I am, right there. Yep. And that's where my mom lives. That's where the Mackinac Bridge is. I think that's Mackinac Island right there. There are contract packs, but how they'd work with RP1 is a good question. Yeah, that was what I was saying, is it'd be cool if, like, you're like, oh man, I'm a little bit shy on money this month, my budget's wrong or whatever. I gotta fix that. You could just go in and be like, oh yeah, I'll take this contract for a spy satellite, or this contract for cell phones or telecommunications or internet. Like, there's a whole bunch of private contracts that they could, you know, put in the game with, you know, aside from the, what do you call it? Aside from the program contracts is what I'm trying to get at. Alright. So all we gotta do is get this and then wait for 45 days. Believe it or not, this little G1 does pretty good. I know we were dogging on it the other day, but... Alright, I'm pretty sure that's contract complete. What would happen if you made the fairing the length of the rocket? It would be incredibly heavy. That would be insanely heavy, actually. Alright. Check off detector beyond Leo. We'll just go ahead and take that one. And we need a magnetometer satellite, which I think we already have one built. Alright, we need to do that one as well. And then crew to orbit. Let's go see... Oh, yeah, that one we can do in one launch. This one's so stupid. And this one's gonna come up fast on us too. Yeah, we're not doing you. You can't fool us. Alright. Excuse me, sorry. Whew. Alright. Let's do 2 F1 Rangers. Once those are done, I'd really like to be training you guys. Alright, we need to go check some stuff out. First and foremost. Okay. That should fix that. We can get rid of that. There we go. Gives it a little bit more of a better look, I think. A little bit more stocky, but better look. Alright, we don't need any tooling, which is a little weird. Does this have a checkoff detector in it? It does. Alright. What would happen if you made the fairing the length of the rocket? Yeah, the contract packs, but Yeah, if we tried to make so the thing about the fairing is the bigger they are, the heavier they are. That's the big problem with them. And RP1 does keep track of that. It's almost like we have this all set up. Let's do 100 by 300. I love it! Nothing better than these engines. Well, Luke, the idea is that the next two rockets that we design, build, and test, we're in the process of the first one right now. And I cannot for the life of me remember what we were supposed to name this one. But it's going to have 5 F1 engines starting out on asparagus staging. Excuse me. So the other rocket we're going to build is going to be real similar to the Saturn V build. We're going to try to get it as close as we possibly can to a good Saturn V mission. And that one is going to power all of our manned flights to the moon. Now, the asparagus staged one is going to be largely handling non-manned flights. Probes, rovers, and probably the beginning of, or the entire space station project we have coming up. It's a 10. Gotta roll. Have a good one. Alright, Shedsy, have a good one, dude. Thanks for dropping by. Thank you for coming to keep us company. I think we can cut like a lot of that battery out of that stage right there. We do not need that much power here. I'm just taking over manual control to see if we can do better than McJeb. Something's not set up right. There's something I'm missing. All right. So, let's shoot for 300K. I need a lot more than that. Oh, that's why. No, that's right. We burn here. I guess. Doobie doop boop boo boop. Alright. think we passed something of ours. Oh, okay. I was about to say failed engine light. Just come in to like the vid. Now I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna click off this live after you react to this. The comment. It's all right. Thank you, Mim. I do appreciate that you dropped by at all, and thank you so much for hitting the thumbs up button. All right. It's 0.01 above 0.7. So let's go to Yeesh, I'm not sure how to fix this one. Huh. Hold on here. Hold on. The periapsis has to stay between those numbers. So if I go to the apoapsis, so that's between 2 and 500 meters. So what does that do? I mean, we might as well just raise the apoapsis up completely. Alright. What is going on here? Why do I have... What is happening? Why is that one highlighted yellow then? Oh, there we go. Alright. Now I'm understanding what's happening here. Alright. It's got to be above 0.75? Holy Jesus. It's 2,500 meters per second. Holy crap. Alright, well, hopefully this completes this contract. Oh my goodness gracious, oh me, oh my. You know, this probe design has served us so well. My God, this takes forever. Almost there. Any day now. Almost there. All right. Alright. Mission completed. Alright, we're going to leave that to continue science gathering, because there is still science to gather. Keep in mind, the contract only completed when 75% of it was gathered, so... We do have a good chunk of science we need to come here and spend. Does that mean we have the J2s? We have the J2s! Happy days! Alright. I would like more science, please. That leaves us with 66. That's too much. Alright. That's also too much. We do need that pretty soon. That'll be the next thing we save up for then. Alright. F5. Oh, look at that. We have 2 rollouts available. Let's, before we roll those out, let's try to do this one. We're going to try to get this lunar operations done pretty quick. And you notice we're not simulating anything. We know this system works. Alright. So let's let it work. Let's just do a 300 by 300 parking orbit again. And then we'll do our home and transfer afterwards. Alright. Good, good, great. Love that every time. Can't really see the new upgrades. Actually, I don't think this features the new upgrades. Frickety frack. Oh, and this is a polar orbit. Alright, hold on. We can't have that. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Totally on me, guys. Look at how much power she has. Ooh. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. We are back. Alright. Episodes below 5 million. Wait. Yeah, what am I doing? I need the rendezvous planner. That's the one we need for this. Intercept with a home and transfer, 1747. That can go away. We still haven't investigated why the solar panels don't work, but they work for what we need. I also don't know why all of a sudden these don't automatically work. Oh. Sorry about that. I was hearing something, and it was my phone from when I ran outside. Start going crazy if you hear yourself talk too much. Alright. Also, if there's anybody new in the audience that's wondering, hey, why isn't this guy talking more and doing more and all the mores? It's because we've already done these missions 3 times. We've done these missions quite a few times now. This is the third time. I'm pretty sure this is the 3rd time. It's definitely the 3rd or 4th time, actually, now that I think about it. Ooh. But if you are brand new and you're curious to a little bit about what we're doing, we are gearing up for our lunar operations. We officially have the next generation of engines unlocked. So I think the next thing we do is clear these contracts so we can get into the more expensive and lucrative programs. Once we get those started, we're going to put a much heavier focus on building a manned craft that we can actually get into and out of orbit. Which, again, this is all review. I had to do this because I accepted a program that on the surface looked really easy to complete. And it was like, the way it looked to me was just put certain satellites in certain orbits. That's all it looked like. And I'm like, that I can do. But it's not quite that simple as you would imagine. As with everything else in RP1, it is never just that simple. Could you rotate the solar panels? I don't suppose why not. I'm just super ready to be past these contracts. I'm super ready to get crewed operations online. I'm ready to get some probes and some rovers out on the moon. I'm even somewhat looking forward to starting Mars operations. Because we have to have some kind of relay satellite system for Mars, right? Like, we would have to have one hell of an antenna to do a direct broadcast. Wait a minute, something's not right here. Abort node execution. Remove all nodes. Intercept with a home and transfer. Get closer. No. Intercept with a home and transfer. I guess we'll have to do a mid-course correction, maybe? Because this is the target. Yeah, something's not right with this. Oh boy, don't we just love it? No, the solar panels should be... They should flip forward, but they don't flip at all. I think they're clipped to the foil shielding, maybe? I don't know. That's on my to investigate list. I'm curious to know how it's going to give us an intercept here. Because according to the nav computer, this is an intercept. According to our projected orbit system, we're not hitting our target at all. Alright. That's alright. I see what we can do to fix it. Okay. Actually, that's not too shabby, actually. Alright, so get rid of this. We'll get this out for here in just a second, being a little proactive. So, we gotta get that below... That's 2 million meters, which is less than 5 million meters. So if I just add a maneuver here, that should satisfy the contract. 580. We should have more than enough. F5. F5. Quick save. Okay, thank you. Alright, execute next node. Alright. We lost direct line of sight. But that's okay. The nav computer's programmed. It should execute all commands. Just fine. It just takes a while. I do need to keep an eye on electricity, which I think we're doing just fine. Can we warp to the maneuver? Yeah, I'm really excited to get into the next phase of the lunar operations. The Mooner. I'm excited for it simply because I've never done rovers and stuff like that before. I've just never had a need in KSP. By the time you unlock all the best parts, like you've already gathered the science from all these places. Typically by that time your tech tree should be mostly completed by, on a normal playthrough. My God, you take forever. Not that I don't love you. We just need this old contract here completed. There it goes. Now will that G1 let us down? Alright. Nope. G1. Or is it the G4? What is this one? It's the G1. I knew what I was talking about. How dare you underestimate me? And this should get us the orbit it's requiring. Alright. Get rid of that. Probably get rid of that. And that's still going to get us a pretty good amount of science, too. Look at that go up. Alright, we're not going to waste our time warp, though. Program completed. Alright, let's go take a peeky at where we sit. The moon has a new satellite. The F1 Ranger has become the first human-made object to orbit around the moon. This new satellite will be used to gather information, and scientists expect to learn more about the moon from this orbiter that they have in the last 50 years. Oh, more about the moon from the orbiter. Okay, words matter. Historical information. Luna 10 was the first human-made object to successfully orbit around a celestial body. It entered lunar orbit April 4th of 1966. Okay, so I'm a little bit late. Screw you. Alright. Let's clean that up. That's completed. There's only 117 grand left, so I'm gonna go ahead and complete that. We're not doing this one. This one we know is bad. That one's very bad. Alright. Okay. So we have to do lunar landings in this one. We're gonna do it normal speed. Yes. Alright, what about this one? We gotta do a Mars flyby, Venus, Mars orbit, Venus orbit. Tracking station to at least 4. Oh man, do we dare? I feel like... I mean, it's 11 years to complete it. I feel like accepting this one would be a bad... Hold on. You know what that reminds me of? F5. Alright. Let's get back in here. Hold on. What is our tracking station level currently? Shit. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely do not know. Okay. We did just F5. And we could really use these funds. And I do think we have the tools to complete this. So I'm going to accept that too. Alright. What kind of stuff did that give us? Oh, we're now only 233,000 in the hole for the year. Let's go in here and figure out what the next launch is going to be for. This one... I feel like this one we've already completed. So gravimetrics... That's an optional one. I almost say let's just do the magnetometry satellite and call this one a good one too, so we can see what's coming up next. This one shouldn't be a problem either. Alright, let's do that. What was it, a magnetometry experiment, if I remember correctly? Magnetometry, yes. So what we can do, why has the east building got a red number, please? Give me 1 second and we'll go take a peek at what you mean, Luke. Go here. And what was it? Magnetometer. That's the one we get for that. Okay. And we'll turn that on. Just go ahead and turn it on right there. We'll put your protection back on. Magnetic satellite. Save. Okay, so that did work. Just going to take them half a day to put that on. 5-day rollout. Our money is dropping fast. It's not what we like to see. Oh, crap, the east building. Hold on a second, Luke. East building. I'll go check that out after this. This ain't gonna be hardly nothing. This is just getting this into the proper orbit. Apoapsis below. So periapsis above 3 million. PV CG settings. We'll just do a 300 by 300 parking orbit and then weasel our way into the proper orbit after that. I feel like that's the most efficient way to do this. Alright, give me more of that juicy data. Oh yeah, we'll do all that stuff in a minute, Luke. This one was already built. You got to admit, this system is absolutely phenomenal. I think these F1 engines were definitely the ticket and worth the wait. Now, another thing I noticed is I think the research is done for our second stage engines that we need to start experimenting with too. Man. It's moments like this that make all the struggle worth it. I'm proud of this. A couple of little tweaks here and there for optimization. But yeah, the next thing we need to do is switch out this engine for the J1s or the J4s. I forget which one we have set aside for this. You know, I'm surprised we haven't done a orbiting research station or any kind of orbital station, because didn't they do Space Lab by now, or was Space Lab the early 70s? I forget. But basically, the idea with this rocket system is going to be we're going to use the same basic parts as the Saturn V. And we're going to see if we can't have a competition between asparagus staging and, I guess, traditional staging. But to make it, I don't know, profitable, the idea is going to be that this rocket system, once outfitted with all of the Saturn V parts, is not only going to get us a whole bunch of performance improvement, it's going to also start gathering data on all of the parts that we're unlocking. So by the time we do build the Saturn V program is designed to be the manned missions portion of this endeavor. And this program, I forgot, somebody pitched a name and we picked it, and my silly self didn't write it down, so I forgot what name of this rocket was supposed to be. But yeah, this does have a ridiculously large amount of battery. It's really not necessary. This battery only needs to last for the, 4 minutes that this burn happens? So that much, that would actually probably buy us a few more meters per second on Delta V by shaving that much battery life out. Although I am worried that we're about to shoehorn ourselves into a problem because I need to configure whatever manned missions we're going to do with a rocket and get it into the building process very quickly. So maybe that's the next thing we do after we clear this program, is we start getting on top of that, because the training time is going to be extremely high. Because, I mean, we're generating more than enough Delta V to do these manned missions. We could easily have that redstone being built and trained on. That's what should be happening right now. And by the way, if you guys are brand new here, dropping in for the very first time, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button for me. Every thumbs up goes to save the solar bears and the orbital otters and the space penguins and... I forget what Jittery Jet's favorite one is. It's not the polar or the solar bears. The solar bears are my favorite ones. Okay, I just had to make sure my mic was working, because it wasn't working on one of my monitoring programs. Oh man, now the chat's behind it. Struggles. There we go. Yeah, why are we wasting so much energy on this apoapsis? If I could figure that out, if I could figure out what is causing that in McJeb, like how I can shave some, if that's a lot of efficiency we could be getting out of these engines by figuring that out. We also never change that. Alright. So the periapsis has to be above 3 million. That's not too much of a problem, I'd say, as long as we F5. Alright. Add maneuver. And we'll just throw on a whole bunch of prograde. You know what? That looks just fine to me. So what we're going to get down here and get ourselves our fancy little maneuver planner out. Why, you might ask? Because we can just hit execute node. See, we left a little bit of junk in orbit there. We could avoid that for just 1 like a day. For just 1 like a day, your thumbs up will go to stop horrible space litterers like me. Why is this not all integrated all of a sudden? What did I do? What did I do to make McJeb so mad at me? We can time warp again. Oh. Did I save this to the main throttle? I did. Okay. We're making some progress. I couldn't be more proud of this program right now. It's been going really well so far. But I mean, it is like the 4th time we've played through these contracts, so we kind of do have a cadence to it. I swear it does not have to take this long. You can move faster. Well, we really haven't updated our CS designs in quite a while, actually, so. Do you guys love that? Just look at that tangled mess. Doesn't it just bring warmth into your soul? I think it does. I'm just admiring this. Some of these satellites are actually still active, but I don't think there's any science left for them to be doing in their respective orbits. Now what we gotta do is make a Sarah McLachlan commercial. Alright, so now the ecocentricity needs to go, yes, up. Exactly what I suspected. So, we'll go back over to here. Do here. Below 250. So what does that put us at? I think that's... Right now we're at 19. I think that's right. We should be doing okay. My God, Linda, you take forever. You're not even that heavy. Times like this, I wish I knew how to physics time warp. It's probably like Alt arrow over, like, or Control. No, it's probably Alt. But this is not a simulation. This is real life. Come on. Do something. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. Alright. Initiate your burn. Any second now. Just watching over here. This was more of a bigger burn than I thought it was. That's okay. And actually, Luke, I don't want to fix those solar panels. They're actually working really, really well in this broken state. Okay. Shut down avionics. Why won't it let me go faster? I think that's a different Ranger. Because the solar panels, no matter how good you get, they always degrade over time with use. It's like a constant diminishing return. You'll never get 100% efficiency out of them. Same with the batteries. I'm pretty sure the batteries lose their ability to maintain charge over time. Alright. I don't need that up no more. I want to expose more of the solar panels. Alright, that is mission accomplished. Because now, even with the avionics on, we're collecting a surplus of energy now. Because we need to maintain charge, is the thing. So if we don't have charge at the end of this, we might have foobarred the contract. And we don't want that. We're just trying to catch as much. We got to keep it alive. That's all we're doing right now is trying to keep this alive. So what I'm trying to do is position it to catch as much sun as possible. And then time warp to let it recharge. See, that's what I'd like to see. Alright, there we go. Contract completed. Alright. About time. Alright. Let's see. So this one should be ready to be done. Yes. No. Reach orbital speed and return safely. That's a little curious. Let's. Huh. That's confusing. Alright, we need... what do we got? Oh man. We're gonna have to cut way back on the research staff, I guess. We might have to cut back on the engineering staff too. Alright, so the Frito-Lay's LC. Launch Complex 3. Alright, so we could probably decommission some of these smaller ones, but I don't want to do that just yet. We can spend some science. Keep these guys busy as long as possible. I'm curious to know where we should be putting this pointage into, though. Alright. Whenever, wherever, I think we do battery upgrade. Life support. Wrapping upgrade? Okay. We have 115. we could very easily use these new cores. We could very well use these antennas. Tracking station upgrade. Nope, that wins. We need that tracking station upgrade. Alright, so that's 97 left. 1964, let's do that. That'll get that up to date a little bit. I want to save the rest of that then. F5. Okay. What do we have left on the... We have the Oreo launch complex being built, which I think is human rated, so let's take some time. And do some upgrades. So first thing we need to do... can we go over here, please? Go over here, please. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Was it the J2 we've been waiting for? Let's read a little bit about the J2. It's not subject to foliage. Okay. And we're currently using that one, so... Where was it? The G1. The J2. And we need to be using 3 of them. So... Was it this one that had the engine plates or the payload? Thrust plate. Whoops. Oh my goodness. Okay. I do like that. I think where remove all tanks and fill for the J2. Why am I not getting... Do I need a high pressure tank? There we go. All right. So this should be the Saturn V configuration. Sorry, wife. Anyway, yes. The F1 Ranger... The F1 Red Ranger. How about that? Red Red Ranger. Alright, that's what we're calling this little abomination for now. How do I want to play this? What? I guess it's... Well, because I don't want it too big, is what she said. But I would like... Alright, which... Oh, it's because... Alright, hold on. I gotta focus. Focus. I do want this to be a slight bit bigger, though. So let's just settle on 4. 4. There. Now we spread those engines out a little bit better, so I think it looks better. Now... That was brain altering. Okay. So now can I That's how big it would have to be. The question is, do we bother? What is our delta V right now? Alright. What if we replace that? Okay. Now, hold on a second. Now, hear me out. Okay. Hold on. I'm cooking a little here. I'm cooking a little here. Okay. Okay. So let's get rid of that. And this should be 4-way symmetry, I think. We'll mess with that later. All right. This one. Can't remember how to do this now. I know we just did this not long ago. Whoops. Alright. So... part. No. What am I looking for here? Oh, it's all this, isn't it? No. Isn't there a fairing shape? Am I missing it? Sorry guys, I'm just reading everything. Because isn't there... Well, that just looks stupid. Alright, let's... Oh, that looks so stupid. Alright. Alright. So, sorry I'm getting quiet on you guys. I really don't mean to. Alright, what'd that do for DV numbers? Didn't hardly do anything to it. As long as it's accurate. But we do have an insanely large amount of delta V. Alright, let's get rid of that. So now this will test out those engines. Let's open this real quick. Where's the button? There it is. Let's make sure we get the best ones we can. And then remove all tanks. And fill for the J2s. Alright. So toggle those closed. Do we have the best F1s available? We already do. Alright. It's 1.15. She is a big girl. Can't never see nothing. 1.15. So 1,200 tons should be enough. And then let's drop this down to about 1,000, or about, I think this one should be ish 500. And we do have improved avionics core. Okay. Alright. So next thing we need to do is configure this one for 94 tons. Oh look, I never fixed that one. See, this is why we go through the checklist. Alright, so what's the diameter of this bad boy? It's 4 meters. The delta V on this thing is insane! Alright, but what weight are we carrying here? It's 95. So let's configure this. That can't be right. 95 tons. Are you telling me that's accurate? I could shave this off? No. No. Alright. So this stage should be done. So that gives us a vacuum delta V in this stage alone of almost 6,000 meters per second. That's promising. You need to fix the front. Yes. We're going through and fixing everything, Luke. We're going to make sure this bird is... There. Come on now. Come on now. Open. Pin that one. Close. There we go. I think that looks brilliant. All right. Now save it. Why do we not have... Oh, yeah, stage. All right. We'll worry about the staging here in just a second. Because now we need to... What just happened here? Huh. Oh. I see what happened. Alright. So now let's take that off. And that is 6.5 tons, you say. Alright. That's deep space avionics. That looks all good. Alright, next thing's next on our long list of stuff to do here. Alright. That should fix that. There we go. I think that's fine. Alright. So what is the total damage? I want to switch this to nitrous oxide, actually. Alright. What? Oh my goodness. Sorry about this. I'm sure there's... Oh my goodness. I'm not sure how to fix this problem here. Just hit level 25 on Skyrim. Woohoo! Invisible! Dude, there's got to be a button. Yeah, you gotta grind a lot of levels there, homie. Dude, this is going beyond ridiculous here. My goodness. Oh, you fucking wanker. Okay. Shift. Okay, now shift. Okay. Good Lord, save. Alright. Next thing we need to do we'll take that off for now. Reroute that. Alright. Now, how do we not have command pods? What? How do we not have manned command pods? Oh, Isaacoff. Control Z. Alright, let's save that. How do I not have any command pods? I'm so confused. Where are the command pods? Oh, they're up here. Shit. Oh, I made a terrible error. Well, that is how that's going to have to go. Oh. Hopefully that helps that a little bit along. Shit. And we'll F5. Alright, I guess let's go find a contract to do to keep our time busy. Video Imaging 2 Science. All right. Let's clear out these plans for now. And start this a little on the fresh side. What time is it? 12:49. You know what? I do want to do something real quick. Hold on. Well, hold on. Cancel that. Alright. Come on. Then that. Okay, so those, then that. Then those. So the next thing is... Alright, I think that does it. This is not looking promising on that thrust to weight ratio right here, though. Oh man. It's already 1.1 tons. Alright. The only thing we can do I guess we'll see how that launches. I'd really like to put 5 engines on here and see what happens, though. Yeah, I didn't know we didn't have cancel, or I'm using Dawn Guard stuff to get get easy levels. Hey, dude, it's in the game. All right. I have to know now. Save. I don't know what to name this. F1 5x5 test. Okay. So try to remember at least some of these. So now, that being saved, if I hit Alt, alright, so now we're gonna have to that one to that one, and then we'll sneak in here. Okay. I want to remove all these engines from symmetry. Okay. So now we want all engines to fire. All engines fire. We'll rebuild this somehow too. We'll take that out for now. Apollo, can you take a photo of it with your phone or use the notepad for a truck? For what? What are you talking about? For what? There we go. Now we have the Saturn V launch tower on this bad girl. I think she's just about as tall as it too. Alright. Staging, sorry. Sidetracked, so. So all engines fire. And then the launch pad releases. And then this one. And this one. And then these two. So once those are done, this and this all at the same time. Whew. Okay, those are bound to the main throttle. So then that blows. That blows that. Alright, I think we're good. Let's simulate this. Everyone should have just a launch tower laying around. Okay, so the tower has quite a bit on me still. Alright. I'll keep my mouth shut. My bad, tower. You bigger homie. Alright, so this is just a performance test to see how this does. Whoa. Oh. Well. You know what to get me for Christmas? Uh, 1.682. Alright, that should, whoops. That should fix that problem. Alright, test number 2. That is so weird. Look at her scream, though. Look at that. Oh, she's a screamer. Electric Boogaloo. Alright, so those engines fired out. Now this last stage ain't looking too hot. Why? Why are we not getting another stage here? I'm not sure why we're not... Did I not fill this up with fuel? Hold on. There's no point in letting it continue to fly. We don't have our middle stage. Something's not right. I'm wondering if it's required. Hold on. First of all, this thing. Man, there is... Okay, whatever. My bad. Do your thing, dude. That's pretty cool, though. Anyway, what was I just thinking about? Oh, yes, that's right. Remove all engines. Fill for the J2s. Alright. The engines fire. Does this have a launch? No? That's so weird that it pushes me out so hard. Anyway, that. Then that. The nose. Alright. The nose. After those, we want that to fire, and those engines to fire. We need the J2s to fire. Alright. See what it does. Alright. First staging event. 17 seconds left on stage 2. Four, three, two, one. That's so weird. Can't believe it still has a minute in this burn. Thirty seconds. $15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. not bad. I like it. So far, the J2 is running impressive numbers. I think these engines definitely have a pep in their step. Oh, I know exactly what the problem is. I figured it out. No, it's not a decoupler, Luke. It is... What the shit? There we go. What was I going to do up here? Totally just forgot what I was about to do. Shit. It was going to be really cool, too. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Oh my god, why does it do this shit to me? There we go. That should fix the problems we're having. Alright. That gives us 16,387 meters per second of delta V. Right. We can't do anything with the capsules. You know, as much as I like this, as much as I like it, Hopefully that holds it for now. Alright. Let's see what that does. No, it was because I had a different part selected as the root part. So McJeb didn't understand how to do any of the maths. Notice that those numbers are a lot more what they should be. Monstrous amount of power. We should very easily be able to design a manned version of this. The numbers are looking promising, though. We could even drop more electric charge out of this stage here. Maybe. Let's see what happens after we get a little bit further into the flight. Now, this is where it gets a little sketchy for a minute. Now we're below a 1.0. I'm not 100% sure, kiddo. Because we need to get our manned vehicle on the production line here before too long. But what I'm waiting for you right now, Bubs, is once I find out when the boys are coming home, that'll tell me what time I can come and get you. That's all we're waiting for on that one. I mean, we spend more than 50% of this burn at a comfortable thrust-to-weight ratio, but what I'm concerned about is that once we put the redstone build on top of this stage, it's going to add a lot of weight. So what we might end up doing is dropping this stage a couple of meters and then adding more volume to the boosters around it. That'll shave off quite a bit of weight for this stage. It'll make the other two a bit heavier for a bit longer, but I think we have it to spare. She's looking cleaner and cleaner. But what I'm just worried about the thrust-to-weight ratio when this stage takes over. And what you can do to fix that is to pull this down a couple of meters and then add, you know, so you're subtracting volume from here and you're adding it to your boosters. So that way you're maintaining the same amount of thrust, but you're shifting where the workload is. Does have a tiny bit of a ridiculous burn time to it. But I mean, we're at 243,000 meters and we still have a vacuum delta V over 10,000. All right, coming up on 30 seconds. All right, let's see what these engines can do. We have one failure to light. I mean, we're still generating a super respectable amount of thrust. Good morning, Tweaky Tweaks. The great tweakening. We are experiencing an engine failure on this. Even with an engine failure, the numbers are looking promising. Alright, so yep, even with an engine failure, we were able to reach orbit. Whoops, revert editor. So you don't need me to sing lullabies to you then? That would be bad. Alright. I think this is good to go for production once we get the proper capsules. Alright, let's save that. Alright, hope I did the Mercury. Does it say what they're in? Alright, I hope I did that right. Training. Okay, yeah, they're all in the Mercury program. So that's going to take quite a while. I hope that has an alarm. Alright, so the next thing we really need to do is clean this up. I don't know why you decided to go away. I don't see us launching anything that small anymore. I'll take this one down. Oh, I'm so worried about... before I do that... What mission are we... So these are both optional. That's done, that's done. So this program should be completable. Okay, so show me those ones. It doesn't have them on there. Does it have them on here? Those are all crude. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It doesn't... I'm so very confused right now. First orbital recovery. I'm super confused. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do here. None of these. Cosmic ray science. Alright, so... So why can't I do this one? Complete first orbital rocketry. That should be... First orbiter... What? Earth observational satellites. I'm so very confused. No, we can't. We don't have them unlocked. But this one is making my head hurt. So is this already accepted? Or do I have to... No, I have 0 active contracts. Well, this one's easy to do. Yeah, I don't know, Luke. I guess. Alright. Make this the last one for the day. Alright. We need to... shift. Alright, how... Fuck it, it works. Or does it? Alright. Let's make sure it doesn't have to have a payload. It does not specify. Alright, now the problem is... Nope. Alright. Purchase all toolings. Save. All right. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's go see, save and continue. We do need to check that staging, by the way. No, I forgot why I even came back out here. We're not getting much science anymore. We'll do a save. Alright, so there's that. shit. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot something pretty important. Okay. 1,000 meters. 500. All right. We'll push this launch through, and then, yeah, parachutes. Got to return home safely. All right, integration. All right, so now we should have capsules to build with. So, theoretically, all we should have to do is reach an orbit and then return home safely, I'm assuming. Oh, and I didn't check my staging. Alright, so... looks good to me. And we do have new science we can put on these next flight. It is pretty stunning how fast we go, very, very quickly. Other than that white ring right there, it does look pretty professional too. Alright. Lost those last boosters. The numbers are looking pretty freaking cool. Very professional. I'm a model of professional efficiency. I'm not trying to be quiet on you guys. I think this is way more efficient than traditional staging. But I told you guys, these F1 engines, they answer to all of our problems. Got power for days. Still over 1 minute remaining in this burn. Just a long burn, guys. All right. Well, thank Jesus that one's independent still. Those J2s are just so freaking cool. Alright, those J2s, I think, are exactly where we need to be. Ah. Nobody saw a thing. I'm focusing, he said. Nobody saw nothing. Nobody sees any of this. Alright. So after those go, this is all good. So that all at the same time. Maybe that does it. Even put that there. I'm focusing. But yeah, I'm absolutely in love with these engine setups. What? What? Okay. Sure. Did we just have an engine failure on the F1? Alright. I think we have a staging solution that should work. Alright. Seven seconds left in this stage. She does fly pretty spectacular. I swear this takes so long. Anyone want to play Uno? Uno? Yeah, Uno. Popular children's card game. I don't think we have enough time for poker. We're about ready to lose that stage. Beautiful. Uno, dos, tres. He said blackjack's always on the table. Alright, now all we need to do is test our entry procedure. I'm doing this just because. Those will all probably explode here in a second. Yep, we're losing our antennas. I think we have a successful re-entry. And we still have one antenna left. All we can do is coast down to terminal velocity. And hope like heck our parachute's open. I do too. The Firefly mod is one of the good ones, I think. And that's a safe home return velocity. All right. The waterfall one's really too. The waterfall one. I love the F1 engine. All right. Can you just get them all? Okay. Now, what did that do? What the hell? Well, I guess that's a good time to call it done. I swear to Bob, I'm not starting another playthrough. Alright. Yeah, we do need to improve the shield. Alright. Dedicated Earth imaging satellite. Alright, we need that one. Those are optional. Alright. Let's go see if we can set this up for our next stream. Or I might finish this off stream and just try and pick up where we left off the last stream. Alright, so... the F1 Ranger... I think this is the most advanced one. I think. Let's see. Configure experiments. Alright. I like that one. So what's this for? Let's do one last launch and then I'm going to call it done for the day, guys. I do appreciate everybody who stops in and keeps me company while we navigate this craziness. We don't need that one. We need this one. Actually, we do want to check up on that training. Training? Astronauts. Huh. A little confused on that one. Alright. So, photography 2, it's probably going to need to be in a polar orbit. We'll put it at 95. Alright, let's roll it out. Last one, gentlemen. Oh, look at that sky. What do you mean there's no batteries? Oh, it's different. Shucks. Alright, now, what does this contract specify? Below 200K. Alright. So let's do 150 by 150. And let's do 90 degrees. Engage autopilot. Alright. Love these engines. Watch our batteries. Rain a whole bunch of debris down on the Kerbal Space Center. .50 thrust to weight. 17 seconds left on this burn. We drop those boosters off. Do they disintegrate? No, surprisingly, those ones don't disintegrate. Man, it does not feel like we've gone very far. But we have. What a beautiful sunset. pretty awesome how much work that F1 can do. Now we should have the staging set up correctly for this next part. Where's my orbital inclination? There we go. Alright. Apoapsis below 200. What's the issue here? Oh, you gotta be... Why does this even have this shit on here? We could have saved that one. I need to go back and make sure we don't build another one of these. All it says is an apoapsis of below 200, right? Below 200. Okay. I am so sorry you guys have to watch the same launches over and over. How we can wage war against the Kerbal insurgents without newly deployed ICBMs. Well, that's easy. All you have to do is weaponize your existing satellite structure, which, if you were smart, you put enough Delta V in to do so. Hold on, guys. The kids are home, so I'm going to run downstairs real quick. If they are home, then this is going to be the last launch for sure. It should be anyway, but I got to go get my other boy from his mom's house, like a half hour, 45 minutes away. Just getting ready to go out.
I have six in my bag. For one, I have my remote control. For two, I have my little ball. And for three, I have my pajamas.
Very good job.
Then Sunday one, Monday two.
Yes, it is. You want to play on your tablet? We're going to be leaving here soon to go get Mr. Redford. Okay. That's fine. Yes, they should be in there right now. Wait here. What? They should be here any minute.
How's it working? I did the top part.
Okay.
It was peanut butter and chocolate.
All right. Let's see. All right. What's wrong with this? What's my inclination then? Inclination is 90. Fudge me. What's wrong with this? Oh. I get it. All right. This we're going to leave up for science. Because we are not going to get the orbit we want out of this. Because we need photography too. I wasn't paying attention. When am I going to teach my kids about rocketry and orbital mechanics? I let them learn what they want at their own pace. Riley likes to play Space Flight Simulator. Jackson and Nova not so much. My oldest boy, he's pretty mechanically inclined. All right.
Apollo.
Yes, ma'am.
They made a Moana 10.
They made what?
A Moana 10.
A Moana 10?
Well, Moana.
Oh, a Moana.
Moana. That's a Moana.
But actually, I think this is a pretty good place to stop. The boys are going to be home here pretty soon. So, we're going to shut the stream down for today. Once the boys get home, I got to go pick up Invisible. That's my oldest boy. I think that's much better. All right. Oh wait, we need the. That's right. Wait. Stop. Get this out of the way. Get this out of the way. We need basic film camera. What does the contract say specifically? Carrying samples from photography 2. Photography 2. Hold on. Well, we have to be done, but I'm just curiously poking around here. Because I'm not going to build and launch something for a contract when it says photography 2. Okay. Okay, so what's photography 2? Make sure your craft contains a basic film camera. Okay. Carry samples from photography 2. I guess I just don't know what that means. Okay. Video imaging. Whoops. Suppose I should do that the right way. Infrared spectrometer. Okay. Okay. All right. So the F series A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Doobie doo boop 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 boo. Alright guys, boys are here. It means I gotta go. I hope you guys had fun.